Good evening. On behalf of my colleagues and central office staff, I'd like to welcome you to the Shrewsbury School Committee meeting of February 27th, 2019. Our meeting tonight is being televised thanks to the work of Mr. John McDonald and the Shrewsbury Media Connection. This meeting will be rebroadcast on Channel 29 until our next regularly scheduled meeting on March 13th. It will also be available for viewing on SMC's website. The first item on our agenda is public participation. Public participation provides an opportunity for members of the community to address the school committee and is at the top of our agenda at each regular meeting. Tonight, no one has expressed interest in addressing the committee. Those wishing to do so in the future should contact the chairperson in advance of the meeting, and you will be recognized for up to 3 minutes. The next item on our agenda is chairpersons and members' reports. Colleagues, anything to report? Seeing none, the next item on our agenda is superintendent's report. Dr. Sawyer.
Thank you. A few just upcoming events I'd like to mention. The 8 White team from Oak Middle School has done a really terrific project on poetry and art, and they're going to be presenting their poems, which were written in response to a piece of art, which they then sent actually out to different museums where the art was from. I've gotten some responses, but they're actually going to be presenting all these projects at the Shrewsbury Public Library a week from now, Wednesday, March 6th, between 5 and 7 p.m. So I encourage people who want to check that out to go to the library on March 6th, again, 5 to 7 p.m. to see the 8 White Poetry Night. The annual SHS musical is coming up. It's going to be held on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, March 7th, 8th, and 9th. This year the musical is Seussical. I think we'll maybe hear about that a little bit from our Student Advisory Committee in a moment. They are selling tickets. If you send an email to theater, that's spelled the fancy way, Theatre, at shrewsbury.k12.ma.us, our usual website, or if you can contact the high school, you can get tickets in advance. And all those performances are at 7 p.m. And this should be a great show, as always. And then I also wanted to mention an upcoming film presentation that, if I get the information here, if you bear with me for a moment. The documentary is called If They Had Known. This is a documentary that's being presented through the Office of District Attorney Joseph D. Early, as well as the Shrewsbury Coalition for Addiction Prevention and Education, known as SCAPE, as well as Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services, on March 21st in the Shrewsbury High School Auditorium at 6:30 p.m. This is a documentary that is described as By Kids to Kids, about the dangers of mixing prescription medication with alcohol. Will be followed by a panel discussion. My understanding, it's a very powerful film, and parents and students are encouraged to attend that together. Again, that film is being presented on March 21st at 6:30 p.m. at the high school. So several events coming up that we're looking forward to, and we continue to work through the winter. No snow days yet, storm coming tonight. Maybe a delay tomorrow, probably not a cancellation tomorrow. So I just want to let our high school students know that. We will see what the weather brings in the morning, and that is superintendent's report this evening.
And for the rebroadcast on SMC, this is February 27th, for anybody watching. The next item on our agenda is the SHS Student Advisory Committee report. By way of background, school districts are required to have a student advisory committee consisting of 5 high school students who are elected by the student body. The SAC is required to meet with the school committee during the year to review various issues of concern to the student body and school committee members. The SAC report agenda is enclosed in our meeting materials. And welcome, SAC, if you go down the line and introduce yourselves before we get started.
Good evening. My name is Prisha Singh, and I'm here with the rest of SAC, and we're excited to share our agenda with you this evening. Again, I'm Prisha, and I'm a senior.
I'm Max Evers, and I'm a sophomore.
I'm Sophia Pang, and I'm a junior.
I'm Pliner Scosi, I'm a senior.
I'm Erica Hanlon, I'm a senior.
The first item on our agenda this evening is extracurriculars.
SHS students have been involved in a multitude of events this winter and are excited for upcoming spring events as well. As we get closer to March, the winter sports teams of SHS are competing at their highest levels. SHS indoor track recently won the district championship and will have members competing at the state and New England level along with gymnastics and swim. Sports like basketball and hockey are also in the playoffs, fighting for a chance at the league and maybe even district titles. However, there's one standout team at SHS this winter which has gone all the way and won the state championship: SHS Esports. This year, esports as a whole has grown by leaps and bounds and was now officially recognized as an MIAA official event, meaning that students can represent their school when they play. Students competed in a game called League of Legends, where teams of 5 battled to take and control objectives while playing as a variety of different characters. With the state title we won over at Gillette Stadium, SHS was officially cemented in the history of the sport.
Our speech and debate team has had an impressive showing at national qualifiers, sending 9 qualifiers to NSDA Nationals and a record-breaking 32 qualifiers to NCFL Nationals. NSDAs will be held in Dallas in June, and NCFLs will be held in Milwaukee at the end of May. We are also proud of our very own Paulina Riscosi for being recognized with the annual New England District Student of the Year Award. Best of luck to the SHS speech and debate team as they host the annual Mardi Gras tournament this weekend and in the rest of their competitive season.
The SHS robotics team, Team 467, began their build season on January 5th. They had until February 19th to create their robot, a rocket design falling under this year's game theme of deep space, and have been working hard every day after school to complete the project. We wish them the best of luck.
Seawing students are hard at work producing our annual spring musical, Seussical. This year, it showcases the talents of over 100 SHS students and will be shown on March 7th to 9th. We are excited to see an amazing production as always. Also in the Seawing, on March 15th and 16th, the SHS instrumental trip to New York City will be taking place. Students at the Shrewsbury High School Concert Band and Orchestra will be participating in a number of music-related clinics, workshops, and experiences in New York City, which includes a performance at Carnegie Hall. The members of the band and orchestra are looking forward to the trip and are immensely grateful to the SSMA for helping to organize it.
The second item on our agenda is engaging with the community.
The SHS student body has continually collaborated with the community in giving back and participating in civic engagement. As girls begin their hunt for the perfect prom dress, 3 SHS seniors started a dress collection called Prom for Everyone to give those who cannot afford the expenses of prom the same fun and exciting experience of picking out a prom dress. Throughout January and February, the collection dates had an outstanding turnout, totaling 80 dresses and $150 in gift cards that will be used to buy makeup. The students who ran the drive are now working to donate the dresses and makeup to North High and the remaining to Andy's Attic.
A group of student leaders, alongside recent SHS alumnus Emily Radkowski, visited the Massachusetts State House on the 23rd of January as part of a youth lobby day to lobby for the recent carbon tax bill sponsored by Representative Jennifer Benson. The group, which included Paulina and myself, spoke with Amherst Representative Mindy Dahm and Shrewsbury and Westboro Representative Kane's assistant to lobby for their support of the bill and explain how carbon pollution has affected us personally and why we are pushing for change. 84 legislators were needed to sign on for the bill to go to the floor, and the signatures were ultimately achieved. We were super excited to have been able to be a part of this informational and empowering experience.
For the coming semester, SWAT, the Student Wellness Ambassador Team, will be pushing out monthly PSAs to the student body with the hopes of promoting positivity and wellness. In the month of January, the goal in mind was to encourage healthy habits. On a bulletin board outside the guidance office, students were asked to write down just one healthy habit they would incorporate into their lives. At the end of the month, Ms. Huynh will compile the responses into a Wordle, which she plans to publish to the student body via Schoology.
SHS students have also been engaging with the community by applying real-world skills in what is known as a cooperative work study. In a work study, students leave the school early in order to work in the town, and must work a certain number of hours each week in order to receive credit. The Guidance Department leads the initiative, and it has proven to be a great opportunity for students to lead in their own lives and help the community. So far, the feedback from participating students has been incredibly positive.
The third and final item on our agenda tonight is school events. Leading into semester 2, students at SHS are participating in many school events to support the high school and their peers. On January 26th, Shrewsbury High School hosted its annual All-States musical auditions. Members of Tri-M National Honor Society helped the day run smoothly and helped students find and succeed in their auditions to get into All-States, including students from our very own Performing Arts Department. Out of the 18 SHS students invited to audition based on their placement at the Central District MMEA Festival earlier this month, 8 made it to All-States. And we would like to congratulate Chloe Carlton, Stephanie Del Rosario, Zachary Fuller, Kenneth Lee, Yunji Lee, Adarsh Punamaraju, Felicia, and Alexander Zhang for being accepted to the All-State Festival. The concert will be held at Symphony Hall on March 2nd.
After 2 years, the Latin National Honor Society will officially be hosting another installation of Mr. SHS on March 22nd. This male beauty pageant will feature 10 to 12 of Shrewsbury High's male students competing head-to-head for the title of Mr. SHS. The students will be modeling clothing, answering questions, and demonstrating talents in order to claim the crown. They will be judged by 3 teachers at SHS, and all are welcome to come watch. Mr. SHS is the Latin Honor Society's annual fundraiser, and in 2016 it raised around $3,000, the most of any Shrewsbury High fundraiser that year. LNHS is hoping for a similar revenue this year, a portion of which will be donated to a charity decided on by the competing boys.
In January, SHS had its infamous midterm exams. While it was a stressful time for students, we performed well when it really mattered. Throughout the months of February and March, SHS students are preparing for the next year by registering for courses. Starting with juniors and working their way down to freshmen, the guidance department will be working with students to select a path that best suits their learning potential. This year, the school added a multitude of new courses, including AP Mandarin Chinese, cybersecurity, and even stage combat, where students can further pursue their interests in those fields. Students are especially excited about the introduction of health electives and huge additions to the performing arts department.
The Black History Committee held their annual assembly on Tuesday, February 12th. This year, their theme was unity. Led by Mr. Gonzalez and Mrs. Satterfield, 30 students involved in the committee worked together to create this amazing event, composed of traditional African dances, musical performances, and poetry. Leading up to the assembly, a poetry contest was held for SHS students to submit written pieces about unity. The winning poem, written by Hassan Gandor, was then read for the school. Year after year, SHS students look forward to this assembly and are appreciative of those who worked so hard all year to put on such a meaningful event.
On February 5th, the SHS Student Council hosted a leadership summit featuring over 160 student leaders throughout the school. This time, the theme was the unconventional leader, and unlike last summit, student selections were based solely upon teacher recommendations. The students who attended were not necessarily chosen because of their extracurricular leadership, but because of the leadership skills they've shown in the classroom. Students completed workshops in groups based on their personality traits and worked on accentuating their strengths and overcoming their weaknesses. Overall, it was a great success, and SHS Student Council will continue to host summits like these in the future.
That concludes our presentation for this evening. We're now happy to answer any questions you may have.
Excellent. Thank you. Colleagues, questions and comments? Mrs. Gonzano.
So to follow up on that student leadership conference, were any of you involved in it? I'm curious the kinds of results or, what people felt about it when it was done.
I was the only one out of us that attended, and it was definitely different than the last. And basically, they sent out a quiz before you started, and you answered some questions based on your leadership style, and they put you in a group based on a direction. So, for example, I was a north, and they arranged everybody that was there into north, south, east, and west, and you completed workshops in those groups. And they aligned with different sort of personalities. Some were more creative thinkers, some were more strong and aggressive leaders, while some were sort of analytical and logical. So it was definitely really interesting to see all the different sort of personalities that can successfully lead. So.
And were you able to take something away from that you hadn't learned before?
Yeah, I learned a lot about just, for example, one of the weaknesses of a North was not being able to let others lead. And so I learned a lot about really helping other people get the best out of their own abilities and to really encourage other people to do what they are better at doing instead of sort of relying on yourself and being
Right.
stubborn.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
When you say a north, were each direction assigned a certain set of characteristics?
So there was, North was the more aggressive, yeah. West was creative, South was more, they described it as maternal almost, you hear the phrase the mom friend is sort of how they described it. And then there was East, which was analytical. So it was
I'd
interesting.
appreciate if you could forward these descriptions to the school committee so I can go ahead and apply labels based on direction.
That's right.
Further comments and questions, Mrs. Fritz?
I have a question on the work study piece. How many students are involved in what type of businesses are they working in?
The students work in a variety of different businesses, but we don't have the exact number of how many students are involved.
Okay.
I know my friend, though, she's part of it, and she works at the Core Connection in Northborough, which is a yoga, and she's
Yes.
a receptionist there. And she really likes it. She leaves one period early, and it's just nice for her because she would be doing those hours anyway. And now it's less stress on her, basically. But I think there's also people working in food industry and retail and stuff
Great.
like that.
Thank you.
Mr. Bazillo's in the back. You know how many students, Mr. Bazillo?
Sure, we're at 35 right now. We added 3 more for second semester over the
Sorry, if you want to just come up to the mic so folks watching on TV can hear.
Sure, we
Sorry,
had
thank you.
35 first semester and 38 second semester. We added 3 that I know of.
and maybe another 2, so we might be close to 40, based on schedules. And we've run a number of workshops. We meet monthly with our caseloads. Each assistant principal has a caseload of students, so we meet with them in small groups. We have Schoology discussion posts that happen weekly. They have to respond electronically, mimicking what they'd see at a college or university through, say, Blackboard or Schoology.
Yeah.
We put discussion board posts relative to things and skills they're working on within their own field. And I think Paulina might have said, we're working in retail, we're working in the food industry, we're working in hospitality, we're working in health and fitness. There's a number of activities that the students have to do. We've worked on resume development. We've had members of the Chamber of Commerce come in and do workshops with them around networking and how to introduce yourself to groups. So we're continuing to do that. We have another workshop on Monday afternoon from 1 to 2 with our groups. They have, which they don't know this, so if they're watching, watch out. We have a final project that we're rolling out with them, which includes a paper and some really reflective practices on what they've learned throughout the semester. So it's been really successful. From my perspective, my students in my case would have been fantastic. I think they've learned a lot. They've learned a lot of the time management piece. I'm really curious as we enter course selection how many students will sign up for it, because I do think word of mouth it's an exciting opportunity for us to leave school a little bit early, but also gain some work experience and take some of the pressures off of the academic piece while gaining work experience, and also working at their own pace relative to the time it takes to post on Schoology and that framework. We give windows of time for first response and then secondary responses to other students in the group. So it's been a pretty good experience for us. It's been stressful for, I think, the assistant principals managing that piece, but overall, I think we're to gauge it from our perspective, we've really enjoyed working with the kids and getting back to our roots of teaching, so it's been great.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Wesky.
Don't leave yet.
Sure.
Curious, first off, great report. I always enjoy your presentation and the insight you're providing, but inquiring minds want to know about Mr. SHS and this fundraiser. I'm just curious. $3,000 last year, you said?
2016.
John, you can't
2016.
attend.
Sorry. That wasn't the
You
question.
can't participate.
It sounds like an incredibly successful fundraiser. I'm just curious how they go about raising funds at that event.
They haven't been able to do it last year just because the number of people who sign up.
Gotcha.
And that's probably the main roadblock for hosting this event is just getting guys who are interested in doing the event to step on stage and
Okay.
do it. So this year they had a preliminary meeting a couple of weeks ago with some of the guys who have been interested, and Doc T, who's running the event, she's also running Latin National Honor Society. Had a turnout of about 8 boys at that meeting, and then she says that there are more who are interested, so we're hoping we can get 10 to 12 participants, and then it'll just be run in the auditorium like an event.
Yeah.
And the majority of the money that's made is just from people buying tickets to go watch it.
Okay.
So,
Sure.
yeah.
That's great turnout. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
I think Mr. Bazidlo can sit down.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Colleagues, further comments and questions? Seeing none, just a quick one from me. Speech and debate, Mardi Gras, is that now the largest tournament in the state? Have we overtaken the Holly?
I think that we have. I know last year was bigger, and I think that it's planning on being bigger this year as well.
Excellent, it's excellent. It's not a competition, of course, but
But
but we win.
We're winning.
Thank you, Dr. Sawyer, anything to add?
Thank you for the report, and it's so impressive to see the various things that are going on at the high school. And I think what strikes me is that we're really able to provide opportunities for lots of different students who have lots of different interests. And I think just continuing to emphasize the importance of having a robust program, and whether that's leadership opportunities, work-study opportunities, the arts, athletics, things that are just fun to do to raise money for good causes. I know that the school leadership often talks about the importance of making some kind of connection beyond just your classes and finding a way to connect with the school community. And we have to continue to endeavor to do that to make sure all of our students have a way to connect into something meaningful through their high school career. And it's lots of opportunities that you discussed. I was able to attend the Black History Month Assembly again this year, and I thought it was outstanding, per usual. There really is, between the art installation, the dance, the music, the poetry that you mentioned, and it was a particularly important message around unity. And I, again, was struck by what an excellent audience the students were. And really, I know it's not always the norm in a high school setting that students give the kind of levels of respect when they have an opportunity to go into a large assembly like that with so many students present. And really, I thought, was a tribute to your peers who were performing. And it was really a privilege for me to be there to see that happening, and it really speaks to the culture and the climate of the school, as well as these other pieces. So again, you were, as always, poised and articulate, and we thank you for that. Congratulations to Paulina on her accolades as New England Speech and Debate Student of the Year. That's quite extraordinary. And to all of you for your continued success and your peers. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Colleagues, the next item on our agenda, school start time research, is actually going to be held into a future meeting. This was a student report, and unfortunately, our student presenters were not available to be with us this evening. So we are going to move right along to the next item on our agenda, which is the Extended School Care Program report, and this is the report and tuition recommendation. By way of background, the Office of Extended Learning oversees the Extended School Care Program, the Elementary Summer Enrichment Program, the Middle School Summer Extension Program, and a variety of other programs designed to enrich students' hours beyond the traditional school day. Ms. Karen Isaacson, Director of Extended Learning, will present a report on the fiscal status of the program and a recommendation regarding tuition rates. That report is enclosed with our materials. So, Ms. Isaacson, welcome.
Thank you. We've lost our connection.
Yeah, I think the computer went to sleep. Hopefully that'll come
Okay.
back up in just a moment.
I can see it. Going that way.
That's asleep.
I'm going to try to get this while you start.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure to be here. Give you a brief update on the variety of extended learning programs being offered across the district, and then do a little deeper dive on extended school care. My first big slide that you can't see is the number 1750, and no, that is not the year Shrewsbury was incorporated. Do any of you know off the top of your head?
1727, it's actually right behind us on the
I knew that. I looked that
December
up.
15th, 1727.
1,750 is the number of individual students who participated in one or more of our extended learning programs this year. And that is unique registrations. Many students, you could take 8 summer classes and go to extended day and do ASAP and all these kinds of things. So it's a pretty significant segment of our population participating in our programs.
Keep going.
All right. When you look at that as actual numbers of registrations, that's about 6,500 opportunities for learning. 417 classes and programs throughout the last 17-18 school year. So we're really serving a big segment. That's kind of the breakdown here by program. Now I can advance my slides. So in addition to just the sheer number of participants, I really feel like we're adding this value to the community in the variety of offerings. There's really something for everyone, whether it's arts, dance, STEM, robotics, engineering. Programs run from pre-K through grade 8, and now they're year-round. I mean, we take a break in August and December vacation, and that's about it. Otherwise, there's programming going on throughout the year. Programs are really affordable. The after-school activities program is a program that runs once a week after school for an hour. Elementary programs run for 6 weeks, middle school for 8 weeks, and they run $30 to $40 per session. The summer and vacation classes are about $150 a week. You can add extended day, should bring it up to about $275 if you add it on, extended hours. And as we'll see later in the report, extended day rates are among the lowest in the community. And quality, all of these classes are being taught by Shrewsbury teachers, Shrewsbury paraprofessionals, or students who are in teacher preparation programs right now. So it's a really high quality of experienced professionals. We get terrific parent feedback, just positive, grateful for these opportunities for their kids. And most of these classes sell out as demand grows. Some of these programs are just limited by the number of teachers available to teach them. If we offered more classes, there'd probably be more participants. And it's convenient. Obviously, we're right in each school building, for extended day. They don't have to have any transportation. Vacation programs, we try to consolidate in one place so that all family members can participate at once. I know there had been some questions just about expense and, revenue and expense against some of these programs. Really, most of these are designed to break even at best. We make sure there's enough students enrolled to pay for the stipend and a small supplies budget. The after-school activities programs, we have about, $2,000 to $4,000 in the accounts of those as a fund balance. They're really intended to be enrichment for students, not as any kind of a moneymaker. Summer consistently makes a bit of a profit, which we then turn around into some purchasing. We were able to buy almost $75,000 worth of iPads because summer uses them, but then they're also school year purchases. So that profit gets turned back around into great things for students throughout the district. Extended school care is thriving. We have a record enrollment of 717 full-time equivalents, and in the last 5 years, as I continue to find creative ways to increase our capacity, we've grown by 160 spots. And the demand continues to grow. We have 250 students on our wait list, 280 students on our wait list for next year and counting. We just don't have enough spaces in the building. We've been able to increase by working with principals to use additional, sometimes we do homework in the media center or the art room, places like that, but we're still primarily limited to the cafeteria. I also have a tremendously talented team who get creative as to how they structure things to allow for more capacity. We're looking forward to the new Beal, which may add 70 spots to the district, which takes a little chunk off the wait list when we are able to do that. Just a breakdown of current enrollment and staffing. We aim for a 1 to 10 adult-child ratio across the board with a little bit fewer students per adult at Beal because they're so young. We saw a drop in enrollment at Beal this year, largely because there are fewer full-day kindergarten classes at Beal this year. They've, moved to some of the other schools. We're expecting that to change next year. The projection for number of full-day K at Beal is on the uptake, so we may add about 10 to this number for next year's budget. Morning is a variable. We don't have wait lists for mornings, so I never quite know who's coming in, but they've been holding fairly steady. And afternoon, we have wait lists now at every site except for Beal. Another unknown factor year to year is how many child-specific aides we're going to need. This current year, we have about 11. It really depends on enrollment, obviously. So that's one of the things that, as I look at budget, it's a real unknown. Try our best to predict. Pleased that after several consecutive years of losses, we're starting to turn around extended day a little bit. We did have a large reserve, and so we chose to not raise rates for 5 years in a row, and then when we started to eat into that reserve, we put on the brakes, have had some small increases a few years in a row. This year's the potential of adding $70,000 back to our reserve fund. Right now, the account balance, we ended last year with an account balance of about $180,000, which is significantly less than the 3 months of operating expenses that is recommended we keep in reserve. 3 months would be about $450,000. So we're falling short of that, but we're on the upswing again, which gives us a nice, comfortable buffer for unpredictable things like needing additional staff, having additional families who need financial support, things like that. Next year, major increase is really about perhaps a 10% increase in healthcare costs. We're holding discretionary spending stable, so in essence, that's sort of a cutback in that area as food prices and things slightly go up. We're holding those costs steady. But I don't think to a tremendous detriment to the program. I think that's just a way for us to manage expense. And if we did not increase staff wages by anything other than a step raise, we'd already be projected at a $14,000 loss. By giving a modest 1.5% cost of living, that's a $34,000 loss if we do not increase tuition. So sending us back in the wrong direction if we leave tuition steady. So here's sort of by category, if there was no change, what our tuition and expenses would look like. Oh, sorry, that is a discrepancy from the last slide. We're expecting reduced fee to be $105,000, not $100,000, so this is a $19,000 loss projected if we do not change tuition. And we will talk more about reduced fees. Some of the factors impacting expenses, almost all of our budget is wages and benefits, 86%. We have wonderfully low staff turnover, which I'm really happy about. 60% of our staff have been here 5 years or longer, so they're at the top of the pay scale, but that means they're at the top of the pay scale. Increase in health costs and the need for child-specific aids. Those are some of the drivers for expenses. Early release days are another big driver, and last year we added a $25 fee per child per early release day, which has really helped mitigate that expense. It's a big reason we were able to turn this around. It still only covers about 65% of our costs, though. We're still, it's 3 extra hours for staff every early release day, and then if they're going on a field trip, we hire additional staff because you need better supervision than 1 to 10 if you're going to a museum or the bowling alley. And those early release days, we often have to leave the building because the spaces are being used for professional development. So not only is it a fun day for students, we got to get out. And so, transportation and in registration fees, admissions fees for events add up. Currently, 6% of our students are qualifying for financial assistance, which this year is about an $86,000, $87,000 subsidy from our program. 85%, we're thrilled that this year we got to do online payments for our tuition, and 85% of our families are taking advantage of that. And that comes at a cost that we did not budget for last year and have been able to absorb, but about $42,000 is that, 3% per transaction fee for the benefit of using school pay. So that's something I have baked into the next year's budget. Just a quick visual graphic of that great big blue pie is wages, and the next slice is benefits, adding up to 87%, 86% of our personnel costs, and the much tinier slices of pie for expenses. You can see snack is about 66 cents per day per student, and supplies are a mere 36 cents per day per student. So those are areas where we're really, there's not much way, not much room to give on those. So with what we're recommending is a tuition increase of 3.5%, and a cost of living increase for staff of 1.5%. With those two recommendations in place, we predict a profit of about $19,000, which again puts us a little bit more in the reserve fund, a little bit of a cushion for the unpredictable. A quick history of our previous rate hikes. 2008, and then a 15% 5 years later in 2013. We really don't want to be in a position of ever doing that again. Waited another 5 years for a 3% increase. And then, so this would be the 3rd year in a row of a small increase, would bring our after-school rates up to $286 per month before $130 per month for the 5-day. And if you see this, I know that's tiny, tiny print, but these are local communities, school districts similar in size, towns either adjacent to ours or with a similar population to ours, and extended day is the yellow, very close to the bottom. There are other programs close to $600 per month when we're potentially clocking in at, $270, $280. So still a really good value. Our current financial aid program, we have a sliding scale based on family income and family size, and families have to apply through my office. They have to provide their tax documents, their pay stubs. I look at that scale and tell them, what their percentage of discount is. It's historically been 4 to 5% of our revenue is subsidized for students in need. But this is, it's tricky. You know, I'm processing really sensitive, confidential information from families that I would rather not be. And parents are already applying for perhaps free and reduced lunch and then having to do it again with me and then having to do it again for full-day kindergarten. And so I think we're trying to align some of those things and make that easier for families and more straightforward. So a recommendation would be students who are qualifying for free lunch would get an 80% discount. Students who qualify for reduced lunch would get a 60% discount. And if you look at the state's guidelines for childcare subsidies, childcare vouchers, the qualifying family income for free and reduced lunch lines up with these price points of 80 and 60. So it's, again, consistent with if families were getting childcare vouchers, their income levels would coincide with this. This way, a family, I would simply confirm their lunch status with the Director of Food Services, and one application from the family, very straightforward, yes, you qualify, this is your amount. We did sort of a reality check on what that would look like with our current population and learned that there are families at Extended Day currently receiving free or reduced lunch who are paying full fees to Extended Day. I don't always know why that is. They haven't applied to me, maybe they didn't know that was available, and those are families who would really benefit from some support. And yeah, it would really streamline all of our services in that way. Potential impact if we were to change the policy, and this is, again, looking at just who's here this year. Some of these kids are aging out, some may not come back, but if we were to change that policy today, 30 students would pay the same or less in their monthly tuition. 7 students would pay more. And mostly those are people who are currently at a 90% discount who would go to an 80% discount. So it's a small amount more. 17 students who are currently paying full price would qualify for a discount. And then 9 students might potentially lose their subsidy. Some of these families may never have applied for free and reduced lunch because they don't intend to eat lunch. And so if this becomes the qualifying standard, all they would need to do is fill out the free and reduced lunch application. I have talked to some families who were in that position. They said, my child does not eat school lunch, so we've never bothered to apply. So they apply, and the problem would be solved. So I don't know that all 9 of those folks would lose their subsidy, but potentially could. Did I skip a slide? Oh, potential impact. So we'd be looking at a possibly $105,000 subsidy. It's a variable number. I don't know what new enrollment's going to bring when we bring in a slew of new kindergartners. I don't know if any of our currently subsidized families who are coming 2 days a week right now might decide to come 4 or 5 days a week. Those things impact the bottom line. So it is an unknown, but that's our best guess. So in conclusion and in summary, we are recommending a tuition increase of 3.5%, a wage increase of 1.5%, and aligning our reduced fee program with free and reduced lunch. Questions?
Excellent, thank you. And colleagues, before we proceed, we'll have a discussion now and certainly have an opportunity for questions from Ms. Isaacson. This will be coming back before the committee for votes in action at a future meeting. So tonight will be questions and discussion. So, colleagues. Dr. McGee.
So this is a terrific program. It provides a lot of service for the students and relief for the parents in this community. It's $1.8 million worth of service without touching the budget. One of my questions has to do with how the employees are incorporated into the school department. Is this completely separate?
We are all school department employees, and if somebody works during the day, say as a paraprofessional or a teacher, and then comes to Extended Day, their combined hours must be 40 or less.
Okay.
So we are all school employees. Some stay for a few extra hours.
So then just going with what you're saying, the other benefit of this is that health insurance that is being paid for by the town is also being subsidized by this program. So if this program weren't there, it's possible the town would be paying more for the health insurance for those employees.
We do have a few individual people who are working less than 20 for the district, and Extended Day hours put them over, and so we are paying, a portion of those rates as well as employees who only work for extended day over 20 hours receive the benefits exclusively through extended day.
Thank you.
Further questions and comments? Mrs. Fritz?
Yeah, as a former customer, when my kids were little, it's a lifesaver for many working families to have a safe environment that has great opportunities for students to have extracurricular, do their homework, or just run around, whatever it is. So it's a great service, but it's a service, it's not required by the district to provide. And I think we're very, very fortunate in this town to have it. But that service has to be covered by the revenue that's brought in, and nobody wants to have to pay more, but to continue that level of service, I would support that type of an increase, because it's a necessary lifeline for many, many working families. And I think it's reasonable, and I'm glad, you're bringing it in small increments. I think that's the way to do it. It's much more palatable for families to have those small increases versus one big one, like we did have to do a few years ago.
Right.
So thank you for doing that. It's a great program.
And I think I did not say at the outset, because I've presented to you before, but all of the programs that I'm referring to tonight are 100% funded by parent fees. None of this is school budget. This is all self-funded. So the rates exactly have to cover the expenses.
Mrs. Canzano?
I'll echo Sandy too. The list of surrounding towns and what they charge and where we fall, having a small increment to keep up with expenses makes a lot of sense. I had a couple of questions. One was about the wait list.
Sure.
And what is, it's like college, isn't it? It's like college acceptances. What's the possibility that you're going to get off that late? That's a big wait list.
And it depends on what school you're assigned to, unfortunately. Beal, we see the most turnover because most of those students are going to another building. And so if you were a kindergartner assigned to Beal, your chances of getting extended day are very good. If you're a kindergartner getting assigned to one of the other elementary schools, they're terrible. Unless you're a sibling. And that's
Okay.
one of the things we have done is to make childcare easier for families. If you have an incoming sibling, you're guaranteed a spot. But that does make the wait list longer. And when you look at there's a carryover of the wait list every year. So I have about 150 on the wait list who have not yet gotten a spot in fiscal, this school year. They're getting carried over based on their original date of application. So some of those folks have been on the wait list a year, 2 years. An incoming kindergartner goes to the bottom of that list and doesn't have a great chance of getting in. Now, there are years that surprise me. I went from having maybe 75 people on the Coolidge list to, I think I have 10 at the moment. It's gonna build right back up again next year, but I can't always predict year to year, because sometimes you start making the phone calls in the wait list and people have, no, we found a solution that's working for us, thank you, no thank you. Can't always predict, but it can be long.
Eric, you also speak to how it works originally as far as the lottery when
Yes,
students enter.
so about 3 years ago, we instituted this policy. So I'm right now, families are entering a lottery, which in April I will draw. The lottery determines your wait list number. And it's not, it does not determine your, your ability to get a spot. It just gives you a wait list number that comes after all the people who are already on the wait list who didn't get a spot this year. So this 150 carries over, and then I start drawing 151, 152 from there. And everyone gets sort of a master wait list number that then gets sorted by school. So if you are a fourth grader at Floral who didn't get a spot at Floral, you get moved to the Sherwood wait list based on your date of application. You don't have to start over again. So we kind of keep sorting it by school. And if you move schools halfway through the school year and you go to a new district, I move you to that wait list, again, based on that original master list number, date of application.
Wow.
Mrs. Canzano, if you have another, go ahead.
It's related to the early release day and the fee there.
Yeah.
Where it's covering only, I think you said 65%.
Yeah.
Is there any opportunity there for raising it, or you think like that's at the max because you're now also paying fees to go to the various places?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with it, at least for next year, to leave it as is. I think it's a little bit complicated to administer in terms of just getting the fees into everybody's accounts. I think there's still some confusion from parents about well, I didn't actually show, my child was sick, they didn't go that day, do I still have to pay? So we really keep working on communicating that unfortunately, you know, we've paid for the bus, we've paid for the staffing, all of these costs are pretty fixed. So maybe you didn't pay the $10 movie ticket, but all of the other expenses are built in. So we've just asked every family, if you are enrolled on a Tuesday, you're charged $25 for those 5 months where we have early release days.
Thank you.
Mr. Wensky.
Yeah, great report. I'm struck by the affordability piece of this. When you look at the 30 area, comparable programs, we're fourth lowest.
Yeah.
So I think that's great. Also, the return on investment, when you look at this being a year-round program, oftentimes people just look at schools and think that it's just 180 days that we service the students, but we're talking summers, vacations. And the vacation piece of this, I should know this, but how long has that been going on, like February vacation, April vacation?
This is our 4th year, which
Okay.
surprised me too.
Yeah.
I think I told someone, oh, this is only like the 4th time, the 4th vacation week. No, this was the 7th vacation week that we've done this, so yeah.
And then the 85% that actually used online payments, this was the first time it was used, and then the other 15% are just still in manual forms, or?
Yeah, a lot of people like to do auto pay through their banks, and I think there's working, hopefully, that school pay will be able to set up some auto payment for, a steady rate. Right now, that's not a possibility. They have to manually remember, we send them a reminder via email. They have to go log in and pay it. And some parents would much rather do auto bill pay, set it, forget it, the check comes automatically. And that's fine, we're happy to process those payments. But it's been a great, most parents are thrilled for the opportunity to pay online. It's been a great time saver for us to not be handling all of those checks and processing that, so it's great.
Convenient.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Colleagues, further questions or comments? I'll just echo what my colleagues have already said. I'm very appreciative of this program and all your work. In particular, obviously, I know that private childcare opportunities are prohibitively expensive for some families, and this is not only affordable childcare, but it's also an enrichment component with that. So thank you for your continued attention, both to controlling costs as well as to access, be it from examining different ways to provide discounts to families, from looking at how we do the wait list. I appreciate the continued focus on making sure that families who need to access or would like to access the program can do so. Dr. Sawyer, anything to add?
I want to thank Ms. Isaacson not only for the report, but also for her leadership of the program that continues to make improvements year over year in the extended day program specifically, but also in the various enrichment programs. I was able to visit Sherwood last week during their February vacation program. Just lots of engaged learners, lots of smiles, lots of really interesting things they were learning. And at the same time providing a really important childcare solution for families that needed to work during the vacation. So it's a win-win certainly for the community. I'm also a former client of the program. This is the first year in many years I don't have a child in the program, but again, from a parent's perspective, and seeing the quality of what they received, it was so high, and that's something that we're very proud of. In terms of, I support the recommendations that Ms. Isaacson makes relative to the tuition increase, the shift in the way we're handling subsidies for families with financial need. I think that we'll ask you to vote at your next meeting on these. I'm asking Ms. Isaacson, as she did last year, to send out a communication to families just to let them know this is what's been proposed, that there will be a vote. They can contact the school committee with any feedback. And some took that opportunity last year. But I also concur that reasonable increases to cover costs over time is a good approach, and I appreciate the work that Ms. Isaacson has done, Mr. Collins, and they keep a very close eye on how things are trending relative to costs and expenses, and again, it's a very, very reasonably priced option for families that also has mechanisms to help families that may not be able to afford to pay the full piece, because equity and access is obviously very important to us as well. We look forward to building the new school and getting some more slots available. It won't solve the problem entirely, of course. Demand will continue to outstrip supply, but I know that we're going to continue to try to maximize participation to the greatest extent possible. But thank you very much, and please pass along our thanks to your excellent team as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda this evening is under policy. It is a vote on the proposed school year calendar for 2019 and 2020. A draft school calendar was presented to the committee at our previous regular meeting on February 13th with a summary of changes provided by Dr. Sawyer. The draft calendar is based on the practices of the past few years, and it reflects the recommendations of the Calendar Committee of Parents and Staff that was convened in 2015 and made recommendations to the committee in January of 2016. The draft calendar was posted on the district website for public comment. The SEA and the SPA officers were both consulted, and was also discussed with the District Faculty Advisory Council. The proposed calendar is, of course, enclosed committee members in our meeting materials. We did not receive any community feedback via email or letter that was directed to the full committee. Colleagues, did anyone receive feedback individually? Dr. Sawyer, did you receive any further community feedback on this topic?
I did not.
Seeing none, does anyone have any comment or question on the calendar before we proceed to a vote? So with the proposed calendar for 2019 and 2020 in front of us, I would entertain a motion at this time that the school committee vote to approve the proposed 2019-2020 school year calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries unanimously. The next item on our agenda is under fiscal year 2020 special education budget. It is a report from Ms. Belcito. Annually, Ms. Belcito provides information regarding programming for students who are eligible for special education services. Ms. Meg Belcito, who is our Assistant Superintendent for Student Services, will provide a summary of the report that is enclosed with our meeting materials. So welcome, Ms. Belcito.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. For this report and presentation, I'd like to obviously thank the central office colleagues that I couldn't do it without. Dr. Sawyer, Mr. Collins, Ms. Clowder, and Ms. Malone, as well as Assistant Director Megan Bartlett, the Director of Specialized Programs, Kristen Herrick, the clinical coordinators, Darrell Reining and Rob Perry Cruz, as well as the team chairs and all other staff for their input and perspectives around the state of the department and services for children. So some of these are some great pictures just from doing some walkthroughs through the schools. And that third picture is when the senior commissioner, Dr. Johnston, came from the Department of Education. And that's a picture from Patton Elementary. So for the next few minutes, I'd like to talk to you about how our department continues to prioritize the following focus areas. And this isn't the exhaustive list that was in your written report, but it highlights a number of things that are happening across the district. First and foremost, the commitment to high standards and expectations. We continue to work with professional development opportunities around co-teaching and inclusive practices, which is designed for classroom teachers and special education teachers. So they work through common planning, research-based instructional strategies, and communication and collaboration tools. Also, when you look at social, emotional, mental, and behavioral health collaborations, as you know, the district, we have our district social, emotional learning committee as well as our building-based teams. Along with those committees, we have department services, psychologists, adjustment counselors, our clinical coordinators, continuing to gather data around practices, processes, and interventions in order to plan, revise, and develop our cohesive plan moving forward to improve student supports and outcomes specifically in this area. Adaptive physical education practices across the district, about 2 years ago, we started the discussion, and Ms. Clowder and I have met with the Director of Health and PE, Jeff Lane, and we have a small committee of special education administration as well as the physical education staff that have come together. We've met a number of times this year in order to review, revise, and assess our adaptive physical education practices with an emphasis on open dialogue around our new strategic priorities. So tiered focus monitoring is the new term used for coordinated program review. We had our first call today, so Ms. Malone, Ms. Clowder, along with Megan Bartlett and I had our call with the Department of Education. It was quite energetic. And we completed our self-assessment in 2018, so that information's already in the department's portal. So what they'll do now is come and talk to us about what we have submitted. They've asked for some clarifying information, which we'll upload. The department will be here, as of right now, April 1st and 2nd. When they come to the district, they'll do a number of interviews with staff. They will do some observations in certain buildings, and they will continue the conversation with the three of us around civil rights and special education elements that are looked at this particular year. They'll be looking at 56 special education elements and 26 civil rights elements. Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services continues to be a great partner for us in our effort to support families identified and referred through our personnel. The clinical staff there helps us support families with such things as counseling, crisis management, links to other supportive agencies, assistance with problem solving, and communication with other collateral contacts. So for our 504 and accommodations, process and procedures, last year I spoke to you about that change in the law where children that had specific medical or health needs could also qualify for a 504 accommodation plan. We began the process of communicating to all families if they would like to be eligible or to sit down and have a meeting with building-based coordinators to see if they, in fact, would like a plan like this. All of that has taken place, so we can officially say that everyone has been communicated with that change, and moving forward, our nurses will have that information when students or families report a medical or health need and what their options are. This year for our program evaluation, so every year, you know, as part of our state requirements, the district must conduct a program evaluation, and the focus is to gain an understanding of specific program areas in the department. This year, we've decided to contract with an agency around early childhood. So we will have an agency come in, take a look at our early childhood service delivery, assessment tools, eligibility process, IEP development, and assessing placement in the least restrictive environment for our preschoolers. The next thing here, our Unified Champion Schools presentation will take place next week, and this is going to happen with Special Olympics of Massachusetts. They're going to come and talk to our staff in the physical education department about inclusive practices, and in order to implement Unified Champion Schools, we'll need youth leadership opportunities, whole school engagement, and inclusive sports and physical education. The last thing, we came, I think it might be over a month ago now, to talk to you about the Massachusetts Department of Public Health grant that the Director of Nursing, Noel Freeman, and I have submitted, and we're anxiously awaiting. It will find out by the end of March. So that takes you through that. And I put this graphic up here. This is the new multi-tiered system of support graphic that, from the Department of Education. And it really touches upon how in a school we have Tier 1 supports, Tier 2, and Tier 3. And through our focus areas, we continue to look at all of those areas in our schools. All right. So I wanted to take a few minutes tonight to really talk about and address an important initiative in our district around learning environments where everyone's success matters, and that's around co-teaching. So for the past 2 years, we've been working closely with our outside consultant, Donna Simone, and 2 of her colleagues. Donna's experience, her expertise and knowledge has been well received by staff as well as administrators. For some, co-teaching is a paradigm shift from teaching in silos to teaching together, from owning the classroom to sharing the space, from sending students out for services to thoughtfully differentiating and creating specially designed instruction in the classroom for diverse learners. This challenging and exciting work takes a lot of time and effort on our staff and the administrators working collaboratively. We're working through class composition, common planning time, schedules, and program development, and we hope to continue to evolve this practice. I wanted to just share some of these pictures. Here you see the co-teaching classroom at Floral Street with Kathleen Blair and Angela Pappalardo, and then the next picture, you'll see that's a professional development session with Donna Simone. As part of also this story, I wanted to talk about 2 students. As we start to begin to gather our data around co-teaching and what we're seeing with our students, I wanted to share 2 small stories. Student A, who has a neurological disability, in grade 2 was in a non-co-taught class, made less than 1/3 of a year's growth in reading. In grade 3, in a co-taught classroom, made over 1 year's growth, and is on target to make another year's growth this year in his co-taught classroom. Student B, who has a developmental disability, was in a non-co-taught grade 1 class, made 1/3 year's growth, placed in a 2nd grade co-taught classroom, and just in 1 trimester has made 1 year's growth. So as we continue to gather our data as the year goes on and in future years, we hope and anticipate more stories like Student A and Student B. When we balance our heart and mind, amazing things can happen for students who historically were pulled out of classrooms. Any questions so far? I kind of feel bad, I'm just flying through all this, but.
Does anyone want to interject with questions at this point, or Mrs. Fritz, go ahead.
When we talk about the co-teaching model.
Sure.
What are the types of, I mean, that's amazing progress. What specific things is going on that really, I mean, changes that?
So in Student A, for Student A and for Student B, they actually have co-teaching in both English language arts and math. So there's a portion of the day where there's a special education teacher and a regular education teacher that have thoughtfully planned out the lesson. And within that lesson, the specially designed instruction is happening within the classroom. So it takes a lot of planning, and that's something that I think we all acknowledge. And the teachers are working really hard to find ways to differentiate that instruction. Is that what you mean, like the subject areas?
Yes, right,
Yeah.
right. Just and there's also peer-to-peer learning going on, where you're not being pulled out, you're learning all together. And typical learners, I'm sure, are learning with new methods too that are helping them.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, absolutely.
Further questions now, or do we want to continue with the report? Let's continue with the report.
Okay. So currently, right now, we have 962 students, ages 3 to 22, who are receiving special education services through an individualized education program. The concurrent data indicates that means that we have 83 active referrals for special education. The number is included in the total special education numbers of 962 because, as we know, when students are in a referral, they are considered special education students until eligibility has been determined. Additionally, we have 206 students who are receiving accommodations through regular education through the Section 504 accommodation plan, which are provided to students who are diagnosed with a disability but who do not require specialized services to make effective academic progress. In comparing 2017 to 2018, we have an increase of 32 students in special education. We believe the increase is due to the number of referrals, students moving into the district, students moving from 504 plans to IEPs, and students with both IEPs and 504s. As well as continuing in our Child Find activities. The Child Find mandate, as I've spoken about in the past, requires all school districts to identify, locate, and evaluate all children with disabilities, regardless of the severity of their disabilities. So taking a look at these graphs, you'll see that utilizing the Department of Education state categorization, we show the following distribution of students with IEPs across the disabilities, noting that communication and autism are our largest populations across the district. In the corner, you can't see it too well, but Shrewsbury remains below the state average for students with disabilities. And when looking at our district percentage versus the state, just keep in mind that does not include the students that are in referral. So each building in Shrewsbury offers a myriad of services to meet each child's specific needs. These services are interpreted through placement and service delivery options. As you know, we have inclusion, we have partial inclusion, we have substantially separate options based on the team process when calculating the student's least restrictive setting. We'll continue to see our enrollment statistics shift based upon need and complexity, and as well as continue with our professional development on co-teaching and inclusive practices. You can't see, it's tiny, but I wanted to note that in 2017, our full inclusion percentage was at 72.3%, and you'll see this year we're at 73.9%, which is a nice thing. It's good to see. Oh, circuit breaker. As you know very well, circuit breaker is essential to ensuring that municipalities and school districts are able to pay the costs associated with expensive special education placements without cutting from other general and special education areas. Reimbursements are for the district's prior year expenses. Each spring, our office completes and submits claims to the Department of Education listing the types and the amounts of services, the tuitions provided to students that meet the threshold formula. Rates are determined by the department and established annually. This chart highlights, and I know you've seen this chart, the overall budget changes from fiscal years of 2013 to 2020. Our office can't thank Mr. Collins enough around this work. He continues to support and advise us in all work in this area. So this next slide in the tiny numbers depicts the FY18 special education circuit breaker student details. And for Shrewsbury, there was a funding gap of $126,165 between the actual reimbursement and the full 75%. So, as previously mentioned, the mission of our department is to provide services in the least restrictive environment, but there remains a population of students that, due to the scope and severity of their disability, the child will require a more restrictive programming in order to make effective progress commensurate to the student's disability. As a department, we review this type of programming, and there remains to be an average of 68 students placed out of district in looking at the past 7 years. This year, we're closely monitoring students requiring placement due to mental and behavioral health needs. We currently have 4 students in referral due to complex profile, needing support beyond the scope of our programming. When identifying programs for students to access their education, teams must consider placements that are gradually more restrictive than public schools. Here's a graph that highlights the programming demographics related to the amount of students we currently have enrolled in this fiscal year within a public day, private day, and residential settings. This chart highlights the allocation of funds through our department for out-of-district placements and circuit breaker reimbursement. In some, there's a net change from FY19 to FY20 of $466,240. This change is due to things like tuition reconstruction from out-of-district schools, yearly tuition rate increases, which has typically been around 2.5.
Yeah, and maybe I could add a couple
Sure,
other pieces of information here, give you a little talk break.
Okay, thanks.
And so and Ms. Belcito referred to this earlier, is for fiscal '20, the upcoming year budget, which we'll be talking more about as the weeks go on here. We have one student, and this is the low and the high range of tuitions for students who are placed out of district. On the high range, we have one student we've budgeted for a residential tuition of $354,244. That's a residential placement. And on the low end, a day placement, $36,179. So huge range in terms of the dollar amount, based upon the student's disability and the placement, of course. We also, when putting together the fiscal '20 budget, students who will age out so that we're no longer financially responsible for those students. So, for example, we have budgeted for fiscal '20 four students who will age out, and so we're only paying partial year tuitions for those students. So one student is about $5,000 because they reach age 23 very early in the fiscal year. Another one's later in the fiscal year, so we'll pay about $30,000. So we account for that as well. That's the level of specificity that we work with Mrs. Belcito on these projections. We have 4 students for fiscal '20 who will be budgeting greater than $325,000 for each of those students. So just 4 of those students, $1.3 million. When you add up all of the 68 students that we've budgeted for as part of the information that you saw in your booklet here, we have 68 students that we budgeted for. The median out-of-district placement is just over $74,500. Average cost is about $102,000 per placement. So a lot of different statistics, a lot of different information. Hopefully that gives you a little bit better sense, as along with the community around the range and also the volatility, because these things aren't, we're budgeting for fiscal '20. Some of these students, of course, are already placed and will stay in their placement, but many of them are not. And some of them will change, some of them will age out, and some of them have yet to be placed. So we have to make projections along the way. So back to you.
Thank you. Yes, it's definitely a part of the budget that we closely monitor, and we continue to have conversations with staff around programming and student needs and families, and we actually, our goal is always to keep the students in district and do everything possible, but certainly there are disabilities, certain low incidence, complex disabilities that will require programming out of our scope in district, so thank you for adding that information. So the next part of the slides, it's just simply talking about transportation. So as you know, we cover transportation through the 240 grant. We continue to anticipate an increase due to the 5-year transportation contract, and the difference from FY19 to FY20 will be about $121,300. It's not on this slide, but I felt like I should mention also as part of this grant, we actually had a meeting with the Department of Education just this week regarding proportionate share. So funds through the 240 grant allocation, we monitor proportionate share, and essentially a portion of this grant must go to parentally placed students who are privately educated in the district's geographic boundaries, regardless of where the students live. So for this year, the proportionate share of this grant is $55,276. Extended school year services are required and developed for students with disabilities who qualify for a continuation of services based on the nature or severity of disability, or who exhibit substantial regression and/or significant recoupment throughout the school year. A couple of years ago, we centralized this process with extended school year forms to help teams make data-driven decisions. Throughout the year, we continue to meet with the extended school year coordinators and our leadership team to address staffing, program organization, student recommendations, and qualification for services. Student recommendation forms are reviewed and used to develop programming. The programming needs, including staffing and everything, will be ready for a July 19 start date. Through this process, we have anticipated that there will be a fiscal increase for FY20 based upon transportation needs. We have additional nursing needs and a level of staffing due to enrollment projections. Last year, our ABA technicians were granted voluntary time off without pay during the summer program, which provided some flexibility for our employees and reduced costs. However, this coming year, based on our enrollment, we do not anticipate having that same ability or the same amount available for voluntary time off for staff. We don't have that exact number yet. We're hoping to be able to have some flexibility, but we'll know more mid-March. Our Shrewsbury Wellness Advisory Council, Faculty Advisory Council, it's like a factory, and District Paraprofessional Advisory Council, along with district data, have identified that the ongoing mental and behavioral health needs of our students continues to be of utmost importance. I thought these specific data samples from the Department of Public Health grant were sobering. Because the number of students who have been identified or self-reported anxiety or depression, we have 636 students that indicated this. We have 394 students who have seriously considered suicide. The number of students who have specialized healthcare needs like ADHD, diabetes, allergies, or seizures, 1,990. These percentages or numbers were based on the enrollment of 6,214 students. That alone, I think, clearly supports the needs for increased capacity around the area of mental and behavioral health. It's just a snapshot. As you know, in your report, you had more detailed information, and we will continue to gather that information as this year continues and as we work together as a district to address this ongoing concern for our students. So, through observations, analysis, collaborative conversations with administrators and staff, the following positions will address a status quo budget request, some mandated services, as well as developing our strategic investments in order to support program integrity, consistency, and increase in social, emotional, behavioral, and mental health needs throughout the district. The first one, the pre-K through grade 4 Director of Special Education. This position in 2016 was placed on hiatus after a resignation and not replaced as the department went through a lot of organizational change. After 2.5 years, it is definitely clear the position is warranted and required, as we do not have sufficient capacity at the pre-K through grade 4 level for meeting mandated teacher evaluation caseloads, coordinating professional development, providing instructional leadership, ensuring program fidelity. This position was on hiatus while we attempted to meet those needs in other ways with other staff, and it is included in the status quo budget for FY20. Required for mandated services, we will need a moderate special education teacher at Shrewsbury High School, where we continue to see large caseloads as well as increased enrollment for the next school year to support additional students who are receiving programming in inclusion, co-taught, essential skills, and learning skills in grades 9 through 12. Shrewsbury High School, where we are requesting .7 nursing. This level of support at Shrewsbury High School, in working with the Director of Nursing, Noelle Freeman, 2.7 nurses for approximately 1,800 students would mirror the support at our middle schools, which is currently 1.4 nurses for approximately 1,000 students. In addition, the Shrewsbury High School student population has had an increase with students with complex medical needs that require direct supervision of a registered nurse. Also, we have listed for mandated services an ELC coordinator, pre-K through 4. Enrollment of students with intensive needs at Parker Road Preschool continues to grow. Data analysis has shown that intensive programming provided through the ELC averages about 9 students per year, which has dramatically increased the number of students within the program. So in order to best service and keep up with our instructional practices, we will need to support an additional position in this area. For our strategic investments, we have had a lot of conversations around caseloads and program projections. At the elementary level, we feel as though a severe special education teacher as well as a moderate special education teacher would be needed in order to address and improve educational services and supports. The elementary mental and behavioral support professionals, at this time, we are thinking three professional staff would be needed to support social, emotional, mental, and behavioral health interventions, which could include things like counseling, family support, wraparound services, crisis management, and that's for students with and without disabilities. Also, at the middle school level, we have definitely identified a need for adjustment counseling. The data from our surveys indicates the level of need, as well as the information we gathered for the Department of Public Health grant. And we would like to assist in managing students who are presenting with acute needs. So we have put that particular FTE at 1.6. As well as at Shrewsbury High School, the data from our surveys indicate an increased level of need for mental health professionals at the high school. We are recommending an adjustment counselor. Currently, we have one adjustment counselor, as you know, who supports our transitions program, as well as some other students, but certainly for example, at Oak, we have 3 adjustment counselors. At Shrewsbury High School, we currently have 1. So that is something else that we feel would be important moving forward. So the next part, or for the next few minutes, I wanted to talk about resources and programming currently in place in hopes for what we want to do moving forward. As a district, we definitely determined our priority population, as I've mentioned numerous times, around mental and behavioral health challenges. Therefore, our main focus of the grant, as you know, is to put in a Bridge for Resilient Youth and Transition program at our middle school, similar to the Transitions program at Shrewsbury High School. We propose this program to be located at Sherwood Middle School next year to serve students who have difficulty with transition from elementary to middle school, who are experiencing mental and behavioral health challenges that interfere with their ability to attend or be successful at school. The program would be staffed by a clinician which would be a school counselor or a social worker, an academic support professional, and would provide clinical, academic, family support, as well as care coordination. In working with the Brookline Center, we've already had an initial meeting and talking about programming. The consultant was wonderful, met with the staff, talking about what this program could look like moving forward in design and focus. And we are continuing to talk about professional development and also to visit other programs across the state at the middle school level. So I believe in March, there'll be a number of us that will go and visit another school district that has a middle school program already in place and successful. So the mission and core values, as you know, for our district include collaboration and communication. And I've already mentioned Shrewsbury Youth and Family Services. We'll continue to have our contract with them around our family support clinician. And we do feel as though this ongoing collaboration will be important as we continue to hope to add staff in this capacity over time. Our elementary schools have rising concerns. We'll need to invest in the mental and behavioral health supports to target our youngest population of students. We look to Shrewsbury Youth and Families right now, Youth and Family Services right now, to support our staff as well as our students and our families. Several of our staff are active members of our local drug-free community coalition, SCAPE, which plans events focused on substance abuse prevention and education. Upcoming one, March 21st. So you'll see the flyers. Shrewsbury Wellness Advisory Committee meets approximately 4 times a year to discuss our current health issues affecting our community. The work of the Wellness, SCAPE, SYFS, they all directly benefit our mental and behavioral health needs of all our students, especially those identified as our priority population. So lastly, our district, with continued support from families and stakeholders, is committed to providing high-quality public education to every child, regardless of race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, cultural backgrounds, sexual orientation, identity, exposure to trauma, or disability status. To ensure such learning and development is possible for every student, we must adapt to the diversity of our community and allow our students to see their lives reflected in curriculum, instructional materials, and school practices. We will enhance our shared understanding and our ability to engage in inclusive and culturally proficient practices, the skills, habits, mindsets of social emotional learning and mental and behavioral health of all, because as we know, educational excellence cannot exist without educational equity. That's it.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions and comments? Mrs. Fritz.
Thank you, Meg. I think you do good work. I mean, every time you present, it's, we're seeing positive results. You manage it well, you're looking at the budget, so thank you for all the work that you do. And for my colleagues, when I look at the recommendations, we see, you know, the status quo budget, what's included, but we look under what we need for strategic investment, and I think what we need for our students is the whole mental and behavioral support professionals, the adjustment counselors at the middle school and high school. That is something right now that's not in our status quo budget, but I think it's a strong need. And as we move through this budget cycle, we're gonna have to really pay attention to, you know, what the priorities will be when this all shakes out. And personally, I think those are 3 areas that we need to really, really pay attention to.
Thank you.
Mrs. Canzano.
I have a couple questions, so thank you so much. To go back to the co-teaching model, which, I mean, the results that you showed were fantastic. Could you remind the community about what that model looks like right now? It's at the elementary level as like a pilot?
No.
Is it it's fully gone?
So we have co-teaching teams across every elementary school as well as Sherwood Middle School.
Yep.
And we're beginning our work with Oak Middle School. So we had our initial meeting a week or 2 ago. We'll continue to move the model right on through. So our plans already are for Oak to look at their current practices. They have a lot of co-teaching already happening, but taking a look at the model that we've begun the past 2 years and how to revise, add, or make any types of changes, add the professional development in for staff, and then as well as Oak, move right into the high school. So
that's fabulous.
We're excited,
That's
yes.
great news. excellent results already, so wonderful. And then just one more question is about the referral number. I think you said it was 85 or 86 of active referrals right now?
83. Right.
Okay, 83. And is that a typical number that we usually see year to year? Because that's a number I think that fluctuates.
It can fluctuate. I can tell you, since I've started in Shrewsbury, the lowest around this time of year maybe was 70, 75, but it typically hovers around 75 to 85 this time of year. You'll see different times of the year where you might have a little uptick. Sometimes around parent conferences, report cards, concerns that might surface at the end of a trimester or things like that. So you might see an increase during certain times, but the average.
So we're holding steady.
Yes, yes.
Very good. Thanks so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Mr. Wensky?
Just a little more context on the co-teaching model. I'm just curious, in terms, I mean, there's obviously a lot of coordination and planning that's happening. What does that look like during the week? And then also, what's the frequency that this model will be applied within the classroom? Is it daily, is it weekly, or how does that work?
So right now, if you look at the elementary model that's in place, we have co-teaching teams that should be in the classroom for the content area of ELA and or math. That's determined by the service delivery of the students. So, for example, if you have a student's IEP that has inclusion services for ELA only, they might be in a classroom where it's only co-taught ELA. You might have another student in their service delivery grid that has ELA and math for inclusion, and they might be in a co-taught classroom for that amount of time. What we're working on is making sure that what we want to do and where they've seen the most success in the research is that you are together at least for the full content block each day of the week. And honestly, we're working on schedules, we're working on caseloads. We have this year met with some success, we've met with some challenges. Around the collaboration time, currently what we have done across all the levels is ensure that the teams have at least one block per week where they can collaborate and meet together. The other time that we have allowed on their professional development days, the first 3 hours are spent with the consultant, and then they're given an additional 3 hours to work together as teams, and that happens twice a year. The other time that we're looking at for them, in some buildings, if it works, is during an all-school share. The principal might be able to have the teams get together then. And one other piece that we are attempting to do is also at least quarterly or by trimester, the principal will have a substitute come to the building to allow the teams to meet together. So that's kind of what we're looking at as far as the common planning time, but it is something that has come up because we also recognize the need, and the staff is also requesting the time as well.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Dr. McGee?
Could you clarify something for me? That you had referred to a sort of a fair share program in which we are paying private schools within our district. Tell me again how that amount is arrived at, what the deal is.
Sure. So we actually have to do a child count with the private schools. So we reach out for what's called meaningful consultation. So Mr. Collins and I had that meeting in July, was our last meeting. So we invite the private schools to come, and they actually have a formula that's used, the Department of Education that is, that we have to make sure that we have the appropriate number of students that are in the private school that have been found eligible for special education, and through that number, it's calculated what the proportionate share from our 240 grant will be. And through the consultation process with the private schools, we determine how that funding's used to support those students in those schools. So for example, this year, we are working with St. John's High School. We have some students that not only live in Shrewsbury, but outside of Shrewsbury, that are parentally placed, obviously, and privately funded. But through this proportionate share of the grant, we are working with the school and contracting with Assabet Valley Collaborative to support some counseling services for St. John's. I don't know if you want to chime in with.
Sure, I would just, so the math piece about it basically is to, as Ms. Balsito said, is we get child counts for students who are eligible for special education services from each of the private schools. We take that child count, add it to our own student count for students who are eligible for special needs services. That becomes the denominator. And then the private school total becomes the numerator. And that ratio, which is probably about 3 or 3.5% of the total, then gets applied to the federal allocation of the individual, the so-called 240 grant, or individuals with,
Disabilities
Disabilities.
Education Act.
thank you, IDEA. So I remember the acronyms, and that grant is just under $1.5 million. And so you take that ratio of 3% times $1.5 million, and that becomes the amount that is available for services to all of the private schools who might be interested. Does that answer your question?
It does. I'm trying to get my head around this. So you are basically adding their special ed students to our special ed students and using that as a number to qualify for a certain amount of money for a federal grant. So is this a pass-through, or would we be getting the same amount if there were 0 students in the private schools?
Well, that's an interesting question, because we did learn that in terms of our allocation, total allocation of dollars, the $1.5 million that comes to Shrewsbury Public Schools from the federal government through the state Mass Department of Education, that the total amount is a function of both the total enrollment of Shrewsbury and private school students. So if we had no private school students in Shrewsbury, we'd be getting lesser dollars in total.
So this is, to a degree, a pass-through.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, further questions and comments? Thank you for your report, as always, and for the work that you and your team do. I mean, obviously, in addition to providing a top-quality education for all of our students, one of the things that your team and your department have done by way of making sure more and more students are included in a classroom setting, more and more students are receiving services in district. Not only are we putting the needs of all of our students and their unique educational needs at the top, but you're also saving the district quite a bit of money by keeping as many students as possible in here with us, and that's something that I think we should highlight as well. So thank you for the work that you and your team continue to do. Dr. Sawyer, anything you wanted to add?
Yes, please. Thank you to Ms. Balsito for the report, which is extremely well done, and the one that's in your packet, of course, and that will be posted online, as all the reports are, is very detailed and has a great wealth of information. Some of the work that's happening that are a result of Ms. Balsito's vision and leadership around moving forward with more inclusive practice and building more real equity into the system it's welcome, it's important, it is not easy. And this is significant change management, and we have professionals in the field who are doing some outstanding work, but it's difficult work and it's hard work. I think that where we're seeing strong results and the need to replicate those, that's our responsibility to our students and their families, and that's something that I think there's excellent work that's happening, whether that's contracting with Donna Simone, who, those who have been connected with the school district for a number of years, she was in the same role as Ms. Balsito for our school district back in the late 1990s, and she's an extraordinarily successful consultant with the right mix of skills and that we need right now, and I think partnering with her has been outstanding, and that's thanks to Ms. Balsito's leadership. But I think, again, it's the execution that's happening is complex, and I think that the combination, you saw the visual on many of the slides of the balance beam with the brain on one side and the heart on the other. Ms. Belcito, has an outstanding intelligence and brains about this work, but more importantly, she has a huge heart. And I think that's translating into what we're seeing in the culture of the not only her department, but in the school district. This is a key strategic priority that you have charged us with relative to learning environments where everyone's success matters. I think we have made some excellent progress, but we have a long way to go. And the recommendations that Ms. Belcito makes relative to resources and personnel, some things we have to do because they're mandated, and we'll have to figure out a way to make that work. Other pieces, as far as strategic investments, the more we can move the needle on those, particularly around behavioral and mental health, the better off we will be, and that will have a positive effect on the entire system. Obviously, it's our responsibility to help individual students who have significant needs, but when those students get what they need, everybody benefits. And I think the co-teaching model is encapsulated in that model, where we know that the research says that all students do better in those kinds of models where you have two professionals working in an inclusive model of a classroom. So I couldn't be more pleased in terms of the progress that we're making, with the caveat that we know it's hard work. We know, like any other change initiative, it is not going to be a purely straight line. There are going to be ups and downs as we move through a difficult change process. But I have no doubt that as we move through that turbulence, we're going to end up in a much better place in terms of educating all of our students well. And so I thank Ms. Belcito and her team, and I'm looking forward very much to see how this continues to grow and change and improve in the coming years.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Ms. Belcito. The next item on our agenda this evening is under Finance and Operations. It is a report and update on the fiscal year 2019 budget. Mr. Collins will present us with an update on the status of the fiscal year 2019 budget, which of course is in progress now. Mr. Collins.
Okay, thank you. So first and foremost, this is a report strictly on the general fund, or so-called town appropriation. As has been a tradition in the past, I know we're going to provide a more detailed report on other funding sources. And as I've mentioned in previous budget presentations, that it does take a multitude of funding sources to support the district. So tonight is basically a report on the town appropriation. The budget report that you have is a recap, a summary recap of the current year fiscal 19 budget, just over $64.1 million. Year-to-date actual expenditures have been just over $35 million, or 55%. We have $26.3 million encumbered for either payroll or contracts like transportation, or special education contractors, or goods and services that have not yet been delivered, and a remaining balance of about $2.7 million. At this particular point in the fiscal year, I'm making a year-end projection so that we can see where we think we're going to be at the end of this fiscal year, and also talk about leveraging that opportunity to help us for fiscal 20. And to that end, at this point, I would project that we would have an operating surplus in the general fund of just under $1.7 million, or 2.6% of our overall budget. I provided details to you, and I want to enumerate some of those in terms of the categories of variance that are greater than 5%, either over budget or under budget. The first category would be day-to-day and long-term substitutes. Right now, it's looking like, and these are all, again, predicated upon a year-end projection, how we're going to land this as of June 30th, based upon current expenditures that are known and future expenditures that are projected using trend analysis. So I am projecting at this point that for day-to-day substitutes will be over budget by about 13%. And part of this, I know that you know, and maybe some of the community members might remember, that we did raise our substitute daily rate from $75 per day for a day-to-day substitute to $85 per day. which coincidentally was a 13% increase and necessary to do to remain competitive in the marketplace. We were certainly on the lower end geographically and necessary to do. And so that's why we're looking at a variance there. The next category that's over 5% variance is so-called other wages. And we did run over budget a bit in our summer special education program for wages. Again, that is a difficult program to budget for so far in advance. The summer has already been completed, and we were 11% over budget in that particular category. In so-called employee benefits, while we don't have health and life insurances in our budget, those are coming from the town treasurer's budget, we do and are responsible for budgeting for other types of benefits like sick leave sellback provision for retiring teachers. And we had budgeted for 8 teachers to be retiring and be eligible for that benefit at the end of this fiscal year. And then with the notifications that we received this past December 1, which of course is way past the budget process, we have 13 teachers who are retiring and eligible for that benefit. So we'll be over by about 24% in that particular category. Special education transportation, we are running a little bit under budget, 6.5% under budget at this point. Again, some of those grant funds that we use, multiple sources of funding for special education services, and we had funding we were able to use for the summer program, so we ran under budget there. Special education tuitions, these next 2 categories, special education tuitions and vocational tuitions, are in terms of the dollar amounts, probably the 2 bigger areas where we're running a surplus and under budget. Special education tuitions projecting under budget by 49%. And again, this is just the general fund appropriation. We also use circuit breaker funding for special education out-of-district tuitions. Again, that's due to the variability of the placements. The vocational placements in Recovery High School, that's a special program for students who are struggling with addictions. I budgeted for 2 students there, and we have 1 student enrolled now for half a year. In vocational students, I budgeted for 118, and we had 105 enroll. So we're under budget there, about 12%. Administrative contract services, those would be things, as I mentioned here, I'm projecting to be over budget by about 19% there. And during the year, we did make a decision, we knew we were operating positively, to purchase a new module for our student information management system, which manages all of our student data and helps us with state reporting. And we decided to buy an add-on module for student registration in managing preschool and full-day kindergarten lottery processes. And we actually implemented those with a lot of support from our tech team, and we're able to run the lottery and kindergarten registration programs with that. So we're trying to automate our central office operations as well, and become more efficient and more friendly to parents as well. And then we also did engage the UMass Collins Center, an outside consultant group, to provide a staff capacity study for our central office staffing. That was unanticipated, but also necessary. Educational contract services, I'm looking, projecting about 5% under budget. Primarily, those are due to, those are outside contractors that we call in to help evaluate students or provide services, special education services primarily. We're running a little bit under budget there. And then finally, the last category that is plus or minus 5% would be the utilities category. And it was expected that we would be purchasing a new telephone switch and voicemail system in this fiscal year, and in consultation with the town, municipal departments, and also Selco, We always do this as a joint venture. We have a universal system for our telephone and voicemail systems with town, school, and Selco. And it was decided recently that we would defer replacement of that system, which is necessary, but defer that into the next fiscal year. So we're running under budget in the current year. So those are some of the highlights, if you will, of the variances. Certainly we know in the context of preparation of the fiscal '20 budget that in our ability to carry forward into a subsequent fiscal year circuit breaker funding, that the surplus can certainly help us close the gap for our fiscal '20 and maybe offer an opportunity for us to make some strategic investments. So we can certainly leverage this opportunity on an ongoing basis and should be prudent about that. So that's the summary and highlights of the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Colleagues, questions and comments? Mrs. Canzano.
Well, this is a great news story. So thank you for your attention to this. I'm curious about the Assabet Valley. It looks like it said 8 fewer freshmen, and then so about 5 upper class men and women decided to come back. Do you have a sense like sophomore year, or that number seems to be continuing, like a little bit of a trend every year? There's this upper class person returning.
Sure. So you're exactly right. There were, we had budgeted for 42 freshmen, and based upon the applications, and wanted to make sure that we had sufficient dollars for students who we expected and thought were accepted, and only 34 enrolled. Grade 10, there was attrition of 1 student. Grade 11, there was attrition of 2. And grade 12, there was attrition of 2. So those are the 5 additional.
That's interesting.
So, and, I don't personally know the story of each of those 5 students and whether or not they came back to Shrewsbury or went to another school or just didn't continue their education.
Right.
But it is unfortunate that they didn't persist.
Right. Oh, thank you.
And just as an aside, that occasionally, of course, we have a family who may move out of Shrewsbury.
That's true.
True.
And sometimes we have the opposite happen, where the way the law works is that if a student is enrolled in a Chapter 74 vocational technical school in one part of the state, and they move to a new community that is, if they're too far away to continue at their existing school, they're required to be admitted to the comparable school where they're now living. So occasionally we'll have a student who moves from another part of the state who's already enrolled in a school like Assabet, and then they'll transfer to Assabet and we'll pick up the tuition. But sometimes it happens the other way, where students move away. So there's some different reasons why you might have those fluctuations, but it's something we'll continue to monitor. Just as we monitor the number of students accepted who are freshmen, and I know we're trying to look at sort of trends about what the yield rate is in terms of how many students actually enroll. We've tended to try to be conservative because we don't want to. We did have one year, a number of years ago, where more students enrolled than we expected, and then we had to absorb that cost during the school year. It made it more difficult.
Colleagues, anything further? I'm obviously pleased to see that we have an operating surplus, so to speak. I know obviously there are a lot of factors here beyond our control, but I'm glad to see us operating with a positive variance. Obviously that is fortune smiling on us as we head into the development of the fiscal '20 budget. Dr. Sawyer, was there anything you wanted to add?
No, I certainly appreciate the work Mr. Collins and his team have done. And I think over the last few years, they've been able to make some shifts that enable better, more accurate encumbrances further out to be able to make projections at this point in the year that we can be confident in. And I think that this will certainly assist us as we move through the budgeting process for next year. We're fortunate, obviously, that these are the way that things evolved this year in a way that would be positive for the budget as opposed to the opposite. The out-of-district special education piece, of course, can be the most volatile and unpredictable, and we'll continue to monitor it closely, but we'll be coming up on, in the relatively near future, April 1st, a student who happens to move to the community who requires out-of-district services from within, who moves within the state. We would the district where they're moving from would assume that tuition next fiscal year, or that's the way the system works. So that'll be another key date where we'll get a higher degree of confidence in that projection. I think we're in a good place, and appreciate the detailed work that's been done by the Business and Finance Department.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is under new business. It is a review of a memorandum of understanding with the Shrewsbury Federal Credit Union for partnership to fund the Colonial Connections program. By way of background, the district administration has made a proposal to Shrewsbury Federal Credit Union that it become the signature sponsor that would support the development of a program titled Colonial Connections. The sponsorship would include $400,000 of funding over 5 years. Dr. Sawyer will present to us and outline a proposed usage of those funds. The proposed MOU between SPS and the credit union, which was reviewed by the district's legal counsel, was enclosed in our materials. It is my intention this evening that the committee will hear the presentation from Dr. Sawyer, and committee members will have the opportunity for questions and comments, and that we will take the matter under advisement to discuss and vote at a future meeting. So with that, Dr. Sawyer.
Thank you very much. And I think this is exciting news. The potential partnership between the district and the Shrewsbury Federal Credit Union, I think, has the potential to be extremely beneficial to our students, and look forward to presenting some information about it, answering some initial questions, and then bringing more detail at a future meeting when the committee will vote. I will start with a slide that we presented when we made the budget presentation at our last meeting. And again, my disclaimer is that this is Mr. Collins' slide. I don't write quotes about myself in the slides, but whether it's from Heraclitus, the only thing that's constant is change. Jack Roach, the current CEO of Hanover Insurance, and a recent article in the Telegram talking about in order to prosper, you can't have a static strategy. And then, of course, what we've been talking about is that we can't rely on our status quo budget to achieve the priorities that we've been charged with carrying forward over the next several years by the school committee. One key strategic priority is that of connected learning for a complex world. Under that strategic priority, there are a couple of strategic goals, one of which is to build community partnerships with businesses, institutions, and individuals in order to increase access, both to experiential learning and career awareness, and to enhance learning in the STEAM fields, meaning science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics. Another goal under this category was to provide opportunities to help students develop independence after graduation, including exposure to career choices. As trying to move forward to those goals, one of our specific goals for a shorter period of time was that by this June, we have been charged with creating at least one partnership with a business and at least one partnership with an institution of higher education, and also identify how these will be expected to promote experiential learning and career awareness in the STEAM fields connected to those broader goals. And to this end, we did some work over the course of the last few months to connect and try to build that business partnership. And what has been being proposed is this Colonial Connections program. This would be a partnership with Shrewsbury Federal Credit Union, who would become we're calling the signature sponsor of this program, which would be created as a result. The credit union is committed to making $400,000 in contributions over the next 5 fiscal years, starting with the next fiscal year 20, which is an extraordinarily generous contribution to our district. This funding would then be used to build capacity for both connecting with businesses and institutions to advance this quote-unquote real-world learning opportunities for our students. So it's a tremendous opportunity. The proposed use of the funds, and you see more details in the draft MOU that you have in your packet. One barrier that we've seen to getting students off-site into different kinds of experiences is transportation. This would allow for the purchase in next year of a van that we would co-brand with both the Shrewsbury Public Schools as well as the Shrewsbury Federal Credit Union logos, that we would be able to provide student transportation with. I think if you drive around the area on highways, you often will see smaller vans with schools' names on the side. Sometimes that might be small athletic teams going off to something, or for some different student event. Currently, in order to transport students, we typically would contract through AA Transportation, and that is somewhat cumbersome at times, and it doesn't provide the kind of flexibility to do lots of different things in terms of after-school or even during the school day opportunities. So that would be something that this would provide. It would also provide the initial, for next year, full funding of the Assistant Superintendent for Community Partnerships and Wellbeing position that I proposed in last year's budget that was not funded. And then it would provide significant subsidies in future years beyond next year. And that's a position that's particularly around the community partnerships element that would be responsible for building these kinds of connections with local organizations and businesses. And then it would also supply some dollars for building up this program, whether that's special events connected to career awareness, whether that's keynote speakers, materials to be used with different projects and so forth. And that will be developed, obviously, as we put the program into place. And this is a general proposal at this point relative to how that would work. But we know that we'd want to have some support for the program to get off the ground. The next slide, and this is just a replication of a table that's in your materials of how the funding would come to us over the 5 fiscal years with an initial investment of $200,000 next year that would purchase that van, fund the salary of the assistant superintendent position, and allow $10,000 for other things, whether that's career fair, curriculum materials, et cetera. The following fiscal year, 21, it'd be another $93,000 that would, again, as you can see from the slide, subsidizing the position and some of the activities and so on and so forth through those years as sort of we're able to hopefully bring on board additional resources. One of the responsibilities that we think that this position will bring is to oversee making the kind of work we've been doing around development even more robust. We've had some great success, as you know, with the campaign for Shrewsbury athletic fields, for the establishment of the Colonial Fund, and we think that this will be able to advance that work more rapidly if we are able to devote more resources to it. And that's something that I think would be a potential benefit, and we can provide more information about that as we shape this and firm this up. So as far as the next steps, is for the committee to review the memorandum of understanding that you have. As Mr. Palich mentioned, that's been vetted through our legal counsel, and it has the green light as far as the legalities of it. Excellent news is that I did receive word late today from Mr. Jim DuPont, who's the president and CEO of Shrewsbury Federal Credit Union, that he presented it to their board of directors yesterday, and they did vote in support of this partnership. And so that's something that I am incredibly grateful for, and that signal of support from a local business around doing this kind of work, again, has a great potential, I believe. I will work to provide additional information around the potential programming, the role of the proposed assistant superintendent, and the proposed cost benefits of having that van, which I referred to a little bit, but we'll firm up numbers with that. And then, if all is in order, excuse me, would hope that the school committee would be ready to vote on that MOU at a subsequent meeting on March 13th, like 2 weeks from now. So that's, again, I think wonderful news for the school district. Certainly when we went looking for meeting that goal to develop a business partnership, I wouldn't have necessarily thought that we would end up in a situation where we have this level of financial support. But another example, if you, I think, make a good proposal and it connects with something that people perceive as a win-win, there are resources out there beyond the typical resources that we get through our town budget and parent fees and whatnot that can move the needle on attaining the goals that we've set out to achieve. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any initial questions you have about the program, and obviously we'll be looking to provide more detail to you in the coming 2 weeks.
Thank you, Dr. Sawyer. Colleagues, questions and comments? Mr. Wensky.
Yeah, no, I think the partnership and generosity of Shrewsbury Federal Credit Union to support something like this is phenomenal. Definitely appreciate it. Also addresses, two critical needs from what I know we've talked about over the years, and social emotional learning and learning beyond the classroom, which I'm a big proponent of. I've seen even through my own kids going through the middle school in Sherwood in particular, bringing businesses into the classroom and engaging in project-based learning. So definitely some benefits there. I think looking ahead to future budget cycles, just understanding how we consume, the cost of the program is something that I'd like to take a closer look at. But yeah, it seems like a unique, program offering, for the district, so.
Thank you. Mrs. Fritz.
Again, I think it's a wonderful partnership. It's a significant amount of money from a business partner to provide to a public school system, and we need these types of funds to do these programs. I think we have to look at what's appropriate, what's affordable, and what's sustainable as we look at what we're going to do with the dollars. When something is grant funded that, rolls off over a 5-year period, we do have to make sure that's a sustainable position program. I too would like more information around how we see that going out into the future. More information about the job, the community liaison, all of that. And then tonight, like the work study, I didn't know that work study program was at the high school. It's already, so that's a community piece that we're already doing with a significant amount of students. We've got the SEL committee, and then the schools, where I think I'd asked at the last school committee meeting, we'd love to have a presentation, like what are we doing already? I think we need more information about what this job and the process and the plans are, so that I will feel more comfortable about something like this going forward.
Thank you. Further questions and comments? Dr. McGee or Mrs. Canzano?
Well, just, I'm grateful to you, Dr. Sawyer, for hustling this money for us and trying to move this program forward. I think this is terrific, and I'm grateful to the credit union for helping us so much. But, like some of the others, I'm concerned about the sustainability and a lot of the details that we need to look at with how we're going to spend the money.
Mrs. Canzano.
I was just going to add that I think it's extremely generous of yet another business in Shrewsbury who is interested in investing, and it's tremendous, and I'm so pleased that they voted this evening to support us. I think in relation to what came up in terms of work study, I think there's some good stuff going on. We saw it at the high school, and to enhance that and to broaden it, that is really exciting, the impact that it could have on students at the high school, at the middle school. The SEL piece, we need to flesh out more and have more understanding, but we already know the kind of impact that can have on a child's life. And so, again, to invest in some leadership that will possibly transform kids' lives is really exciting. And the more we talk about it and the more details we have, I'm really hopeful that this is something that can come together.
Thank you. I'll just add, first and foremost, I'd like to extend on behalf of the committee our thanks to Shrewsbury Federal Credit Union for their obvious significant generosity in support of the district. It's nice to see any local business willing to expend its resources in support of education in their community, and certainly this is an example of a local institution that not only wants to support our schools, but wants to make a significant investment in our capacity. So I want to extend our thanks to the credit union. I want to highlight the concerns that my colleagues expressed. Certainly, as the fiduciary agents for this district, we have a responsibility to the taxpayers to consider the long-term impact, and that is certainly one of many factors we have to take under advisement. I'm excited by this proposal and this concept, and the word that occurs to me is innovation. The same thing that obviously is perhaps cause for concern or items that we need to look further into, on the flip side, to me, has the potential for tremendous payoff. When I think of innovation, I think of risk. This is a new concept, not just for Shrewsbury, but perhaps for K through 12 districts across the state. And that's something that I think goes hand in hand with innovation. If you're going to be on the cutting edge, there's not always going to be a roadmap to follow. I think that this is a new idea, again, not just for us, but for K through 12 districts. I am excited by that. I think that there's a lot of potential here, and I look forward to the committee exploring with the administration in the coming weeks potential ways to implement these ideas. So with that, my compliments, and I'm excited to discuss this going forward. Anything else you wanted to add?
No, thank you, I appreciate the feedback, and we look forward to getting more information.
Great. The next item on our agenda, colleagues, is under approval of minutes. We have minutes before us for our regular meeting on February 13th, 2013. They were prepared by the clerk and approved by Mrs. Fritz, who is the committee secretary. Are there any questions, concerns, or corrections to the minutes before us this evening? Seeing none, those minutes are accepted without objection. We do need to go into executive session this evening for a multitude of purposes, including collective bargaining with the cafeteria workers, the SEA, and the purpose of reviewing, approving, and/or releasing executive session minutes. I would entertain a motion at this time that the school committee enter into executive session for the purpose of collective bargaining with cafeteria workers and for the purpose of collective bargaining with the Shrewsbury Education Association, where deliberation in an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the public body, and for the purpose of reviewing, approving, and/or releasing executive session minutes, and to return to open session only for the purpose of adjourning for the evening. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Any further discussion? This motion requiring a roll call vote to pass. Dr. McGee.
Aye.
Mr. Wensky. Aye. Mrs. Fritz. Mrs. Canzano.
Aye.
Mr. Palich, aye. Thank you.